All right, everybody. We are in week 3 of the NFL, and we've got the big primetime game going on tonight. I am joined by Brownie Post Dan down there in the bottom right-hand corner, and we have the return of the man, the myth, the guy that has been referred to as Brownstradamus. The return. It's not a Wednesday show, but he's here with us nonetheless in the new studio. Mike Ristano, Bonzo 1273. I'll start with you, Mike. Welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. Little hiatus, but the gang's all together again. So, man, first and foremost, it's a big one tonight. Big game, as the three of us have talked about. You don't find a way, and this thing spirals out of control. I think it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, I agree, Dad. Welcome back as well. We are fresh off of our trip to Cleveland. Dad, what are your thoughts going into this one?
Well, before I get into the game, I just want to do a postmortem on our trip. We had a great trip. Mike picked this one out and said, "Hey, we're going to the Jets game. That's a win for us. We're count that one in the win column." And we got a really good, even with Jacoby as quarterback, we should do all right. So great. Sign us up. Same hotel, Marriott, 2 blocks away. We had a great time from start to finish, except for the last 2 minutes of the game. But the people we met, the tailgating that we did, the going to the and we gave away T-shirts at the tailgate to people that randomly we selected to ask trivia questions to. Mike and I spent the whole flight out 2 hours from Orlando, and I had this book somebody gave me. It might have been Mike, I don't know. I had all Browns trivia in it. So I was asking him all kinds of Browns trivia questions, and he was tweeting them out and having people on Twitter answer the question. And so several of them surprised us in terms of what the answers were. But Mike got a lot of them right. And of course the people did pretty well at the tailgate. Had good seats, the exact same seats as we had last year. We had great weather. The offense did great. The defense let us down terribly.
And special teams, arguably.
Yeah. And Mike got a bunch of stuff in the pro shop. He just was like a kid in a candy store, picking out this, picking out that, taking pictures. I got the chain on that
was a good look, by the way. I was digging that.
It's right out there. It's right behind you, by the way, Dad. If you want, other side.
Oh yeah,
John was asking, "Where's the chain?"
Yeah, you got to put that on. If you could reach it, you got to put it on. Yeah, there we go.
Don't knock yourself out of the audio like we did before. Chubba Wubba Hub 24 is back for 6 months of the Tier 1. Thank you very much, Chubba Wubba. Let's get some victory mugs in the chat for that.
So, but to finish up, Mike put all the stuff in the pro shop.
I spent way too much money in the pro shop.
Right.
I could vouch for that.
Mike can tell you the story about the posters that we got because they were honoring Joe Thomas. And so we got multiple copies of the Joe Thomas poster. And then what else did we do?
I got a bunch of tubes, by the way. I bought a bunch of the poster tubes on Amazon so I can mail them out to everybody. I know I got a lot of people on Twitter asking for them, and I want to take care of all the people, all the members of the channel. So everybody's a paid member. Chubba Wubba Hub is a paid member. Jonathan Schlegel, the Brown Tiger, Hambone, all the paid members. So if you're a paid member, I want to give you an opportunity to get one of these Joe Thomas posters if you don't have one already. So everybody who's a paid member, I'm going to I'm going to work it out with you guys. So I'm going to mail you one of the Joe Thomas posters. Dad, show the Joe Thomas poster one more time. So everybody who's a paid member is getting one of these in the mail.
They're really cool. They're really nice. Mike, I think you framed yours already, didn't you? Put it up somewhere.
I did. It's behind me. I've got my fuzzy background on from that, so you can't see it. But yes, I have framed it, and it is. I don't have that much space. All over my room is just covered with Browns. So I found a place. But yes.
Well, like last year, we were crying in our beer after the game after we lost to Pittsburgh, and we were the last two guys in our section. Everybody had left the field. Everybody had, gone out of the stands. The guy came by saying, "You have to get out of this section so we can clean it up." So we said, "Okay." So I went around and I picked up all these souvenir cups, and they were all over the place. I think I picked up like 10 or 12 of them, and got back to the hotel room, cleaned them up, so we can put them in the thing, and then took them home and washed them. And they held up pretty well in the washer, dishwasher. So this is what we did last year, and then this year
nice.
There were two souvenir cups. The one that Mike just held up, and then this one as well. So again, we're the last guys in the section. Everybody's gone.
These are like $10 cups, like minimum $10.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Hopefully they still have
but they were all over the place. So Mike is sitting there, texting on his phone, and I'm going up and down the aisles collecting all of these cups. So I got about 20 of them. So that's my remembrance of this game. Unfortunately, I've been through the fumble, I've been through the drive, and now I've been through the collapse. That's what I'm calling it, the collapse.
Mike, we got a question coming in from Mid's Plug. Yeah. Weekly Mike R question. Is that hat on the Browns online store?
No, we might have talked about this on a Wednesday show like a year or two ago, but
I think I remember, yeah.
Yeah, it's and for next week I'll grab the other one because I believe it or not, I know where it is even after I moved. But this hat was out for a little bit and it was limited. I want to say end of 2018, 2019 maybe. But the funny part about it is, let me see, I'm trying to, if you look on, I got to see where I'm live here. Nope, wrong side. Is that the side that says 1946?
Yeah, the 1946.
Well, the original hat that I got, they sent me. And I was so stoked, and I took it out of the box, and I'm like, "Oh, this is great." I'm like, the orange looks a little weird though, but no, it's cool. And then I look, and the date was like 1920, and I'm like, "Wait, what?" Like this?
I do remember that. Us. Yeah, you're like,
remember that?
Like, what happened in 1920? Like World War I? Like, what were the Browns doing in 1920?
Right?
It was the Bears. It was the Bears thing, right?
It was the Bears. Yeah,
they sent you the Bears one.
But it was the whole mesh was the Bear. So it was essentially the Browns front on the Bears back. I'll grab it next week and I'll show you guys. But yeah, so I don't think this one's available anymore. But this one just came in the mail. I didn't put it on.
I dug this shirt out of the closet. It still had the tags on it. The old what you call it?
Oh, the polo
shirt.
Yeah, it's a good looking little
so
brown.
It's brand new. Breaking it out tonight. Hope it's good luck.
This is the one that I was wearing at the game, which is now honestly, like, I saw the coaches were breaking this one out again this year, and some of the players, Deshaun was wearing this exact hat when he came out. So this is like a almost like a collector's, and people were asking me in Cleveland, like, where did you get that? And I was like, it just came out. It came out the one year when we did the first year with the color rush, and it hasn't come back out. You've got it too, right, Mike?
Yeah.
So
tell Mike about the story about the girl we met on the plane on the way home.
Oh yeah, so we're on the airplane, and there's a girl sitting next to me, and she was just very fidgety about the flight. She was a very nervous flyer, and we were kind of chatting, and my dad and I were talking about the Browns. And she's like, "Oh, were you guys there? Did you guys go on for the game?" And we're like, "Yeah, we went for the game." We asked, "Hey, were you there?" She's like, "Yeah, my sister got married the day before in the stadium."
Oh, wow.
And I was like, I didn't know that you could do that, And apparently, like, it's a thing in Cleveland. You can get married Well, you can either have the ceremony at First Energy Stadium, or like they did, they had the ceremony at a church and then came there for the reception after.
Interesting.
And because my dad and I, we did what you do. So we got in on Saturday. We got checked in the hotel. We went directly to the pro shop to get all of the merch squared away.
Which we know you got it all.
Yeah. Well, I got it.
Yeah,
I got it absolutely.
He gets it all. He's just keep feeding me stuff, including the chain. And we get up to the counter, and she starts adding it up, and she's, oh, this is going to be a big, big thing. And she said, but are you a member or something? And we say, no. And she says, well, are you a veteran? And I said, yeah, I'm a veteran. She said, okay, you get 20% off.
Boom.
So he got 20% off his total.
So hold on a second. Without throwing the figure out there.
I'll throw it out.
That final figure was after the 20% discount?
Yes, it was after the 20%.
Yeah,
I think the 20%. So I want to say it was like $375-ish.
I need a little bourbon after that.
And then the next day it dropped another hundo in there as well. So, and the other thing, guys. Okay, so this, just so everybody sees, this is the Nike Elite, right? And it's the stretchy, like it's a Baker jersey, as you can see.
It's the real deal.
But this is the $350 Elite, and I've wanted one of these. And me and Mike talked about this on the Wednesday show often, because he got the Elite JOK jersey, and I thought it was immaculate. But $350 for a piece of clothing that you're not going to get married in it's a lot of money.
So then we get to the game, we get to the hotel, and Mike looks through the suitcase, and I said, well, bring me a jersey, because I'm not going to wear the Kozar or the Baker Mayfield one. And he looks and he says, oh, I forgot I don't have any jerseys. And
luckily, I forgot a jersy.
No, are you serious?
We had no
jerseys. Because I did a YouTube
so,
short about what jersey I was going to pick, and then I didn't take it from my closet into the suitcase. So I was going to give him the Teller jersey to wear, and I was going to wear the orange Chubb.
Right. And so I had a T-shirt, Cleveland or Believe Land.
Yeah, the homage one.
And then Mike says, well, that's going to be hot. And he says, wear this full-length sleeve white cool shirt.
Yeah, like what you wear fishing, you wear to the beach, the SPF 50 shirt, long sleeve.
So I put that on. I put the T-shirt on top of it. I'm okay. And then, of course, he had a white one as well. And then when he bought the new jersey, the Elite, he had to wear that to the game. And we're sitting there probably about halfway through the first quarter, and I touch my shirt, and it's hot as we're right in the sun, hot as hell,
baking, dude. And Mike, you know what that's like,
sleeve,
September.
Oh yeah,
and it's cool as a cucumber. So I said, this shirt's coming off. So I took the shirt off, and I just had a white.
He basically wore the white undershirt, the SPF 50 shirt, and the dog chain. And then the dog chain was getting hot for him for whatever reason. Then I put it on.
My God.
So anyway, back to my story about the jersey. We get there. I'm putting in a ton. All right, hold on. Before we do this, we got 2 super chats that came through. I want to read these out. Jonathan Schlegel says, never see the dog chain on screen again except for novelty effect. So the dog chain. Well, it's the elf chain. It's not the dog chain.
It's the elf chain, yeah.
And then Lynn Savage coming through with the 1999 super chat. How do you feel about Joe Haden retiring as Brown? Personally, I was always a Joe Haden fan. He frustrated me at times, mostly because he was injured. He was oft injured, and that was kind of the thing. And then guess what? He goes to Pittsburgh and he never gets injured again. It just felt like he could all of a sudden play. But I always liked what he represented for on the team. I liked how excited he was to play for Cleveland, how he represented the city. His wife was really big into Cleveland as well. I mean, they were the pre-Mayfield type couple that was like saying stuff on Instagram and repping it. So I was a big and then one of the jerseys that I had for my kids, one of the first jerseys I bought was the Joe Haden, the original Color Rush Joe Haden jersey. So I have that, and my youngest daughter tonight put that on, and she was wearing it. So I like Joe Haden as a Brown, but I'll toss it around to you guys. Dad, you go first. What are your thoughts on Joe Haden as a Brown?
I have pretty good feelings about him. He was a hitter. He wouldn't shy away from anything. He had some good interceptions from time to time. Like you said, he got hurt. I was sorry to see him go, but I think he was just trying to salvage the remainder of his career and get a a big ticket. I was certainly sorry to see him go to Pittsburgh. I mean, I didn't
that-
want to see
that
him on
hurt.
the other side of the ball. But yeah, I'm okay with him retiring as a Brown. He spent a lot of years. I think he had his best years with the Browns, and he was a contributor. And
Pro Bowler.
yeah, I don't remember him getting beat all that badly. So he played pretty tough.
Mike, what are your thoughts on Joe Haden for Lynn?
Yeah, I agree. As you guys know, Tom Heckert was a good friend of mine. Was taken way too early, but that was his first draft pick. And so, yeah, so he had a little bit of special meaning for me as well. But as far as, the play on the field, I mean, he was another one that, just like Joe Thomas, got saddled with mistake after mistake after mistake. And we never really got to, I don't think anyway, see his true potential. I mean, he was a Pro Bowler. I think he made a year or two. And he was, a solid DB, but he never really had a cast around him as well. So, I figured that he would, when it was time to hang him up, that he would retire a Brown. It just makes sense. It was always business. It wasn't about, anything else.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's no different than, if your company fired you, if the rival company is going to pay you,
Yeah, who
business,
cares?
so.
It's business. Yeah, they let him go.
So
yeah. Did you have more to say there? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
no,
off.
that's it. No.
Lynn, are you wearing the homage shirt today? I'm curious. So I'll wait for Lynn to respond. I know we have a little bit of delay here. But yeah, guys. So I know I was going on a tangent, but anyway, the Baker jersey. Let me finish the story with the Baker jersey.
Right back around.
We're right back to the Baker jersey. Okay, so here it is. So I go through all the stuff at the pro shop, and I get to the jerseys that are on sale, and I knew there was going to be Baker jerseys on sale and Odell Beckham jerseys because they made a metric ton of them, and then they had to get rid of them. So I go through and I saw they had the Nike game jersey, which is like the decent one, but it's not the elite, right? And it was like $19.95 for like Baker, and it was the Color Rush one that I don't have. The new Color Rush doesn't have the sleeve stuff. And then I was looking around and I saw, oh my God, like that looks. I think that because the big thing about the elite is it has the tapered, shoulder sleeves. So I was like, oh my God, there's that. And I looked at it and it was $29.99. So it's $30 for what was a couple of weeks ago a $350 jersey. And I even asked, there was a lady who was working at the shop and she went by. I goes, this is the elite jersey, right? And she goes, yeah. She's like, initially we dropped it down from $350 to $200. None of them sold. Then we went down to a $100. None of them sold. And we're like, you know what? We just got to get rid of them. We're fire selling. There were 4 left. 2 of them were size 44, which is like large. And 2 of them were size 52, which is extra large. So I get in there and I was like, I'm going to buy it. Who cares? Whatever happens. And then the next day I go back and buy another one. And the other one is going to be given away, so to speak. But my wife also said that she likes it, but I have a place where the jersey is going to go to a safe home. The extra one that I bought, everybody keep that in mind, but it'll either stay here with my wife or it will go to a very safe home. And there's a really good chance it's going to go to a safe home. But nonetheless, I was cool getting this because I had a jersey to wear for the game, which is awesome. And I've never owned an elite jersey, so I thought it was cool. And I'm going to do a video on it because I like to do videos on all that kind of stuff. Hey, new super chat just came in from Jonathan Schlegel. The demand stands. Elf or no elf, the chain is ridiculous. First of all, my dad was the one who found the chain. I'm sitting there shopping around like
but I was making fun of it.
He was like, look how stupid this is.
We got to buy this thing. I said, Mike, it's $40. He said, oh, it's okay. We're going to buy it.
Well, so the reason why I was like, well, I got to get something for my son because there's lots of like little girl stuff there. There's pink brown stuff. There's shirts. There's stuffed animals for the kids, for the girls. And I was like, I want something for my son. And I was like, something that's a little bit more boy oriented. And then I ended up finding a sweatshirt for him that I liked even better. But nonetheless, I was like, you know what? It'll be goofy to wear a chain. It's funny. It is ridiculous, John. So, but I think it's fun. So
Didn't bring us any luck, that's for sure.
no, I mean, honestly, I want to put that game behind us so bad, and because it hurt. And I was sitting there, guys. I was sitting there in the last. There was 3 minutes left of the game, and I turned to my dad, and we had just scored the touchdown. So Nick Chubb just scores the touchdown, and I turned to my dad, and we're up now. We were up 13 points, and we had not attempted the extra point yet. And because it was like a given, I was like, I don't even have to think about it, right? It's a given. And I turned to him and said, can you imagine if like how this feels right now, knowing that we're going to win? Can you imagine if this was the Super Bowl? And he was like, and he was just like, oh gosh, yeah, that would be great. And then we both just looked down, we're looking at our phone, and then he misses the extra point. And my dad goes, he missed it. And I was like, what? He really missed it? I was like, oh, that stinks. And then my dad says, well, if you're going to miss one, I guess this is kind of now the time you want to miss it because, we're up by 13 with, now less than 2 minutes and no timeouts. It's like, it's a good thing to do. And then the wheels fell off. Right. And in
the words of Juju, the Browns is the Browns.
Oh, and we Brownsed it. And so I sat there and I wrote this on Twitter today, and I sat there and I was like, you looked at the reaction from the players, you looked at the reaction from the coaches, and they were all kind of like, all right, guys, that was disappointing. Well, we got to own it and we'll learn from it and get better. And I'm like, I guess if you're getting multi-million-dollar checks after games, then it kind of softens the blow a little bit. But me as a person, I would have felt embarrassed, like how bad that was and how bad that must have felt and how good the other team felt that you outplayed the whole game other than the last minute and a half. That should have stung. And then you get the finger pointing, then you get the, it was the communication. The coaches weren't communicating to us. The players weren't communicating on the field. Then Myles comes out and says that he was disappointing the fans for booing them. And when Jim Donovan has to come out and defend the fans like that, when he has to come out and do it, that you probably put your foot in your mouth like that. But I don't know, Mike, you were watching from home, and knowing that we were there too, because we're texting during the game and stuff. What was the feeling? I can tell you what the feeling was like in the stadium. Everybody was defeated. It felt like somebody died. Right. But what did it feel like at home? And I want to know from the chat too. Everybody in the chat was definitely watching it. So tell me in the chat what you felt like.
So, I mean, they went up by 13 and they missed that extra point. And I looked at Laura and was like, it was sort of like you guys. She was doing something on her phone or whatever. I'm like, he missed it. She was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm like, he missed the extra point. She was like, we're back to this. And I said, it appears so, I guess, but we'll be all right. Mike did. I mean, the game's over. There's a minute and 50 left or whatever it is. And literally, no sooner did I say that, right? Mm-hmm. They went to commercial, and then they came back from commercial, and then they put the graphic on the screen showing the last time we were 2-0 was like 1993 or I don't know.
Yeah. It was 1993.
Was it 1993? And God, I just graduated from high school at that point. Not to date myself too bad, but my freshman year of college actually. But and I didn't think, and none of us thought anything of it. I would think that even in the chat they'll agree, and because and you guys were probably thinking the same thing as you're sitting there. I mean, it never even crossed my mind. I mean, you're talking a minute 50 with no timeouts. They started at the 20 something, I think it was. Mm-hmm. And like in your mind, the last thing that you're thinking is they're going to go over your head. Like that's impossible, right? That's supposed to be impossible.
We weren't.
And Mike, you played defensive back in college, Mike. What was it? What did they in that situation?
Nothing gets behind you. Nobody gets behind you. Everything stays in front of you.
We weren't even paying attention and
Yeah.
I look up, and all I see is on the play. Was I don't know which receiver got it, but he was 10
Corey
yards
Davis,
behind him,
unfortunately, I remember.
and the ball was in the air. He catches it and he walks into the end zone. I'm waiting for a offside, a flag, or whatever.
Yeah,
And
like something happened. Yeah.
yeah. So I turned to Mike and I said, Mike, they just scored. They just scored a 60 some odd yard touchdown.
Yeah, well, I actually did, I did see it. I saw the ball in the air because he threw it. So we were sitting at the 300 level. He threw it so high it was like at our eye level,
Right.
and then
I
it
believe it.
drops right down into the pocket. Guy catches it and literally walks into the end zone. And I turned to my dad and I said, "Oh God, if they now all they are is one, they're an onside kick and a touchdown away from not like sending it to overtime, winning the game."
Right.
And that's when the fear hit. And I was like, oh God, like, and then I turn around and go, all we got to do, we get the extra point, or we get the onside kick, we win the game. And then Stefanski calls timeout at the freaking onside kick, and it didn't matter. And like, if you're going to call timeout, what are you saying to these guys? Like, hey, get the onside kick, cover it.
And
Yeah.
I watched it on the replay the other day, and because I wanted to know what happened, because it was on the opposite side of the field and we couldn't really tell who was involved. But as it turned out, Cooper was the guy who didn't get on top of it. And then one of the other guys, and I don't know which guy it was, but he went and he blocked
JOK. I'm pretty sure it was JOK.
Yeah,
one
he
of
did.
the,
He was the guy running up the block.
one of the Jets. So I was wondering, did they let everybody, come to the ball? But yeah, he stepped up, he blocked that guy, but the other guy ran around on the outside. And when he did that, he got there the same time the ball hit Cooper. And I don't even know if it actually hit him or not, but the ball just flipped up in the air, then bounced around. Then there's a big pile. And then they point. The Jets got the ball.
Then you knew it was. Then you knew it was
Oh,
curtains.
my
Like it was.
God,
It was
did we
at that
feel
point.
bad.
Yeah, at that point we knew. And you know what?
Oh.
You know what I find interesting, and I noticed it when it happened, and I don't know if you guys caught it on the replay, watching it 1,000 times, but if you go back and you watch the replay of that touchdown, he is looking up. Because and to your point, I mean, Flacco aired that thing out, so he has to hesitate for a second and stop,
Wait for the ball.
almost to wait for the ball. And if you look at Ward and Delpit, it was like they gave up on it. Like they didn't even
Well, I thought
give
Johnson
chase.
was the guy that.
Who-
got-
No, it was Delpit. It was Delpit.
was it?
I was all over John Johnson for it, but I mean, he's been equally as bad.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, they literally gave up on. Like there was no chase on that whatsoever.
No, they were
and
so
it's
far behind him, it didn't matter. They couldn't
But-
catch him. I mean, he was 10 yards behind him, waiting for the ball. And when he caught it, he didn't even break into a sweat. He just walked into the end zone.
Literally walked in.
and then you knew it was over.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, I had faith in the onside kick because we had covered so many onside kicks before. So I was like,
Right.
well, that's still a really big shot in the dark to get that. And because who knows, the bounce could be weird. It could go out of bounds. There's a billion things.
They gave him the sidelines for 3 passes in a row. They gave him the sidelines where they were so
they're playing prevent again.
Yeah.
No timeouts, mind you.
Yeah,
No
they got out of bounds.
timeouts.
They got out of bounds.
And that's the thing, because like any other game, I mean, I can't think of a game in modern history where something like that happened. Like usually you go up by 13 and to your point, Dan, I mean, we missed the kick. It should have been a moot point at that period.
Right.
But I've never seen like a minute 50 and no timeouts. You're like, all right, they're going to try and get a chunk here and a chunk there and a chunk here. But, if they don't get out of bounds, they got to get up to the line and that's going to press them a little bit if they come up short eventually on a third down or whatever and the clock's ticking.
Yeah.
But to think, never in my wildest dreams would I have thought Flacco was going to drop back and we were just going to, for a high school team, with less than 2 minutes to go, to let somebody behind you is criminal.
I mean, it's
less in a pro game.
And I think I that's why I went off on Joe Woods. On the video today, if you guys go check out the 5 reasons to fire Joe Woods, it's unacceptable. Like, we should not accept this. Like you said, a high school team. Remember, the Titans would never allow that to happen, and yet Joe Woods, and there's no accountability. They didn't put him in front of the press. They didn't make him answer for it, and it wasn't just that. It was that, and they don't put Mike Prefer in front of the press. They don't make him answer for it, because if you really think about it, it wasn't it. Like, I know the end of the game was the collapse by the defense, but the whole game was a collapse by the special teams. We had the fake punt that they converted on their first drive, which resulted in 7 points. Then we had the missed extra point. That's 8 points in the game that we handed them, right? And then you had the muffed punt that we recovered, so that's still like kind of a half issue. And then you have a failure to cover on an onside kick. I mean, honestly, I don't know how Mike Prefer isn't like on notice at this point. Both him and Joe Woods need to be flawless these next couple games. If we start seeing issues like we saw in the first 2 games, holy crap. I mean, I don't know what to say.
I mean, Joe Woods, in all his stops, was never a very good defensive coordinator. And I question the I can't think of his name right now, but the defensive backs coach. I mean,
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I forget his name too.
I don't know. Even, whether pretend like it didn't matter if it was Delpit's guy or it didn't matter if it was Ward's guy. We were throwing no blame anywhere. In that moment, when you go back and look at that play, even though it wasn't Ward's guy, right? There was nobody else in front of him but that guy. So, like, nobody was coming into his area. So, at that point, I think, yes, Jeff Howard. But at that point, I think that where you are in the sense of the game and the time and what's at stake, he should have took off running with that guy as well, because worst case scenario, we'll take a 15-yard, 20-yard gain because it's going to burn time, and now they've all got to run to the line of scrimmage, and they either have a play called and they're going to run it, or they're going to clock it, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think at that point in the game, like, nobody, even the benefit of the doubt, nobody gets behind anybody. But
Right.
I mean, you can't let it happen.
I think the odds
you just can't.
Up by 13 with 1:33, the odds were 99.2% we're going to win the game. Or 99.6% we were going to win the game.
It was something crazy.
It was 99.9.
9.9.
Yeah, it was like never happened before. We'll just give you the point.
Never did.
But that's the funny thing, because they did say, they're like, it the last time something like this happened was also against
the Browns,
us.
Chicago.
It's
2001.
This is
It's think the Browns about, is the Browns.
And Mike, you were saying, like, has this nothing like this has happened since 2004, 2003.
Yeah.
The only thing close that I can say would be somewhat like this felt was probably what the Bills felt when they lost to the Chiefs in 13 seconds in that playoff game.
Or the Motor City Miracle, or whatever it was. Motor City, the Nashville. It was,
flea flicker, not flea. The special teams the razzle dazzle play.
Razzle dazzle.
Yeah, but even in even in the razzle dazzle play, it was like that's what it was. It was razzle and hook and ladder and stuff like that. That's what it's designed to do. Yep. This wasn't like they had 13 seconds and they went down and they got in field goal range, because honestly, it's 2 passes away, and Pat Mahomes proved that. In this case, it was a series of compounding failures that allowed 14 points to occur in a minute 34. And that's the thing that, like,
and it's always it seems like it always happens. Like this isn't like and I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Like you look at a team like the Bills, right? So, you know, I mean, everybody thought Baker was the guy for a little bit, right? So we don't even have to like compare quarterbacks, right? But we can compare trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
And we were trending at the same time they were trending. I mean, you could arguably say our defense was better. We had better receivers, right? Odell and Jarvis, and
on paper, yeah.
On paper. And if you look at the two teams, right? You know, the Bills did stupid things the past few years, right? But they've grown, and you don't see those types of mistakes the past couple years with the Bills. But then you take us, and it's the same shit just keeps creeping up over and over and over again. So at what point do you finally say, hey, what is causing this? What is the common denominator? What variable is causing us to just not get it? And, you know, you could point to the defense, you could point to Joe Woods, and for some strange reason, the guy keeps getting a pass after pass after pass. And I mean,
just the fact that I don't remember them blitzing at all in the game. And how do you not blitz Joe Flacco? I mean, he's not that mobile. You got to put pressure on him, and they didn't do that, and they got picked apart the entire game from start to finish. They got picked apart.
And to that point, and we talked about it ad nauseum towards the end of the year on the post game show, and we talked about it on the Wednesday show. I remember it like it was yesterday, but the constant point, I guess, that we all were always making is the fact that when you take away, and at the time we didn't even know if Clowney was coming back, so it was just Myles at the time. But even now you throw Clowney in there. Like, you look at our defensive line, and we talked about this all the time. You take away Myles and you take away Clowney, and we have zero depth. And then you take away,
practice squad guys are getting elevated because of it.
And you look at Clowney, you know, we got excited he came back. We were hoping he came back, but we all knew, you know, the guy is oft injured.
2.5 games.
And it didn't even take, we didn't even get through 2 games, and he was hurt. And, you know, you throw in Winovich, who lasted a minute and tore his bicep, I think it was. And then now, to your point, we're down even in that game to, you know, the C guys. And, you know, Myles disappears, and he doesn't disappear because of lack of effort or talent. He disappears because it's really easy to neutralize one guy when you're not worried about, you know, the other 3. So tonight, you know, you have a weaker opponent on offense, but I mean, you know, Clowney needs to get healthy, and they need to find a diamond in the rough, because, you know, just having those 2 and the practice squad guys behind them, it's not conducive to, you know, to pressure and to sacks and you know, we always thought we were going to be in trouble from a defensive line perspective. I think if someone said that they didn't think that, they would be lying, because it was right there in front of you. We had this conversation. I remember when I was on, you know, Rod's pod. I didn't mean to rhyme there, but the defensive line, there is no depth. And, you know, I hope they get creative tonight. We're asking Joe Woods to get creative, but I hope they get creative somehow and move Myles around, at least so he could get some pressure, because it's going to be tough, you know, with
when I see Myles standing there with his hands on his hips, after the first quarter going into the second quarter, he goes 100 miles an hour, he gives it 120%. And then the off plays, he's off. I mean, he's just exhausted. You can't put pressure on each and every time. and you need somebody to go in there, give him a breather, then get him back in.
Yeah, at the end of the game, on the very last drive, he came out for I want to say at least 2 plays. He was on the sidelines.
Yeah. And then what? Then who do you have?
Right.
Nothing. I mean, literally nothing. And they continue moving. And somebody asked him the question, "Hey, were you guys gassed? Like, how gassed were you at the end of the game?" And he was like, "Well, we were just as gassed as they are." Like, no. They were spring chickens there at the end of the game because they had a chance. They
were motivated.
Yeah, they had a chance to win.
The adrenaline was pumping for those guys.
Sure.
So, and I just for you guys, I did something that we usually do on the Wednesday show, but I figured, as me and Mike talked yesterday, this is like the pseudo Wednesday post-game show.
Yeah.
And so, as you know, the one thing that you get very excited for on the Wednesday show, I made sure that I had queued up for today. And so I'm going to start with what the topic of conversation is. And to go one step further, you've got Clowney as your third best ranked defensive player in PFF at 89.7. Myles at 74.8. And then, as we just talked about, the cupboard's bare. Like, then Alex Wright is the next best at 56.1, which he played well. He might be a bright spot. But then, Isaiah Thomas, 52. Winovich is out for 4 weeks, whatever it is. He was a 42. Then you look at the tackles, Jordan Elliott, 40.9. Tommy Tagia, I probably said his name wrong. I always do. He's at a 53. So, I mean, you literally have nothing. And I was going to save this for a little while longer, but since we're on topic, you look at the first 5 players, right? And I know, PFF's not everything, but you look at the first 5 players defensively, and it's JOK is the top ranked player on our defense at 91.9. He's the top rated linebacker in PFF. Anthony Walker is at 91.6. Clowney at 89.7. Taki is 79.9. And then Myles Garrett, a 74.8. So your top 5 are your 3 linebackers and your 2 ends.
I mean, the shocking thing there is that we're actually getting good linebacker play,
which we thought would be JOK and just okay play out of the linebackers.
Right. We spent years, Mike, talking about. I mean, the Wednesday show was the linebacker show for a while.
It really
right?
was. Yeah,
and that's
really
all. That's all we were talking about. And now we're getting good play out of the linebackers, and our secondary is it's offensive. And the other thing too, going back to the whole Joe Woods situation, you're a defensive coordinator who is now responsible for giving up 34 points in the first 2 games in the fourth quarter. 34 points in 2 quarters, and they're the fourth quarter. And one game, you had to rely on the leg, a 54-yard kick from a rookie to win the game, to bail you out. And then in this game, you just simply fell apart. And I'm sorry, it's not good enough. It's one thing, as my dad brought up, it's one thing if you're just not going to blitz at all. And you're just going to play soft defense and take what the offense gives you, keep everything in front. And then hopefully you get lucky and they drop a pass, which puts them at like 2nd and 10. And then they run the ball and you stuff that. Now it's 3rd and 9.
They did drop a couple of passes.
Right. So Joe Wood, that's Joe Wood's whole defense.
It's even worse.
His whole defense is first down, incomplete, because maybe you make a play or they drop it. 2nd down, stuff the run. 3rd down, again, hopefully you make a play in a passing situation, or you have Myles Garrett tee off on the quarterback on 3rd down. That's his whole defense. That is it. And it's frustrating because it opens up, you saw in this last game as well, it opens up a lot of opportunities for screen passes and play coming out with running backs. And that's all the Steelers do. Right? I'd say that's half their dang offense, is getting the ball in Najee Harris's hands out of the backfield, whether it's a pass, screen, lateral, whatever you want to say. So the Browns are going to have their hands full tonight. I know a lot of people are picking a win. I don't know what the line is. Anybody in chat know what the line is? I'm curious.
I think it was 6.5. 6.5.
Is that what it is now? I know
Again?
it was 4.5 at one point. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the good
So it
news
increased
is
during the day.
the good news is we're not going to be going up against TJ Watt because unfortunately got hurt. So Real Brown says it's 3.5. So we're not going up against TJ Watt. They still have Cam Hayward. They still have Minkah Fitzpatrick. They still have a couple nice good pieces on defense. Their offense is, Chase Claypool still out there. You still have Najee Harris. Their offensive line's a little suspect. And the quarterback situation is hit or miss. Right? Who knows? But, I mean, I would have said the same thing about the Jets. The same damn thing. They have a couple nice pieces on defense. They've got some rookies on offense, and they got a little bit of talent, but it's unproven. And you've got a 37-year-old Joe Flacco. And you know what this defense did? They gave him 307 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and nearly a perfect QB rating. It's unacceptable, Joe Woods. I am sorry, buddy. It's unacceptable. The defense, those were forced errors or forced failure. The special teams unforced. Like, you didn't cover a fake punt, which is something that I would assume you practice. Right? So you didn't cover a fake punt in the place where a fake punt could happen, which is around midfield, right? So it's a little bit less dangerous there. So it's like the Browns on defense and special teams just they weren't concentrating. And it's unacceptable to do that when you have a team. Jim Donovan was talking about this as well, and he's like, look, we're going to get to a point in the season where we're going to be in the hunt. We're going to be 1 or 2 games out, and we're still going to be in the hunt with like 3 or 4 left, and we're going to look back and be like, you know what? We should have won that Jets game.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to – it's you don't have that many games in the NFL to play.
No, and I get what some people say when they're like, oh, we'll get this one, and then it's it's a wash or whatever. But it's not a wash because you can, when you like take the Ravens for example. We'll just use them as the example here. They lost to the Dolphins. Okay, I mean the Dolphins are they're a good squad, and their coach is a good coach. So they lost to the Dolphins. The odds of the Ravens losing to the Jets, slim to none. The odds of maybe us having a letdown game against the Dolphins could happen. So now you already lost 2 games where maybe the Ravens are only going to lose one of those games. You know what I mean? So you just
I texted my friend Steve Sullivan because he was at the game. He texted me a picture of him and his wife at the Baltimore game, and at the end, and maybe we were in the hotel, and I texted him back and I said, who do you think feels worse, me or you? Because they were up 21 points on the Dolphins. And, we were looking at the scoreboard and said,
we're like, God, they're killing them.
And then at the end, because we weren't watching the scoreboard, we were watching the game, I look up and I see, Mike, Baltimore is losing 42-38.
But they had the ball back. They had the ball back with like 38 seconds or something. I'm like, well, who knows what's going to happen here because we weren't watching.
Right.
We weren't watching the game.
Watching that. That was, and you know what? I couldn't even get excited about that.
No,
I couldn't get excited about the Steelers losing. I mean, theoretically, with this season, because I do believe we win tonight. I think that our offense is a little bit too much for them, and their offense won't be able to match, point for point. But and that's for me anyway. That's the rough part, because for all intent and purpose, we should, and we'll see what we're talking about after this game. We'll be 2-1 after this game, but we should be 3-0, and that would be a very huge accomplishment.
Sure.
Knowing where we are in terms of, what are we going to look like in Week 11 when Deshaun Watson comes back? So we needed that win. Like that made the collapse that much worse, because every one of these games is so crucial leading up to Week 11. That's just my.
And we had a chance
cents.
even at the end with 22 seconds left. They got the ball to 25. Jacoby ran it after looking downfield. Everybody was covered. He ran it for like 20 yards. And so he needed maybe a 20-yard pass, and it would have given the kid York a chance for a long field goal into the wind. And he stepped up. He wasn't pressured. He stepped up and he fired it over the middle. And that was the worst pass he threw the entire game.
Yeah,
Was
whole
the one he
season.
got picked at the end. And I watched that on replay. And he was obviously trying to throw to a receiver that was like 5 or 7 yards beyond where the guy picked it. And the guy was sort of coming across a little bit, so you could give him, a little bit of benefit of the doubt. He didn't see him, but that was, and if he had caught it, he would have been, real close to where they could have tried a 55, 58, 60, even a 60-yard field goal. And we know the kid's got the leg.
Yeah.
That would have been great, but it got picked, and that was a ball game.
It's funny because I didn't even think that was even a scenario. Like, I mean, I talk about, waiting for week 11 and Watson coming back, but I mean, except for that pick, and I mean, he was scrambling at that point. He wasn't in his comfort zone. He's trying to get us in the position, and it happens.
He played great up to that point.
Yeah, I mean, he's played well this year. I mean,
and Cooper had what, like 10 receptions? He was all over the place and made every catch.
Yeah.
I don't think he dropped one. Njoku dropped one. That would have been a first down, I think on the first or second drive. I mean, you can't make those types of plays. I mean, you just got to perform. You got to come through in the critical situations, and a couple of our guys obviously did not.
You know what it is? It's like anything, and everybody who's here, like on this channel, other than my dad, you're retired, but us workers, if you have responsibilities, and you should take your job seriously, and in every job, I don't care what it is. I don't care if you're a bus driver, a construction worker, you work in an office, you work from home like I do on Zoom. There's the 2-minute mark in every job, and sometimes it takes nights and weekends where you got to stay after to put it in the work. Sometimes it is you got to stay up late, and you got to get up early. Sure, you got to take a flight somewhere but you have to execute.
Yeah, yep. I did hear today that they I guess it was yesterday, they held a players only meeting, and I think it was just for the defense. So I think they realized that today is a critical game, and everybody on defense has got to step up. I mean, everybody's got to ensure that they come with their A game, take responsibility, play with enthusiasm, play with adrenaline. And if they do,
be right back.
It could be a blowout. I mean, if the defense steps up, makes a couple of turnovers, gets a pick six or whatever, gets a fumble.
Give you a little light here.
Yeah, right. Now it's too bright. But that's what's needed. And if they do it, like I said, it could be a blowout. But if they get beat and if they get demoralized early, it's going to be sad to watch. It's really not going to be very pleasant. I assume that offense is going to show up. Hunt and Chubb ran the ball great. The offensive line did great. Jacoby did great. I mean, he made some really tough passes and he made them look easy. And if it wasn't for that pick at the end, he would have had almost a perfect rating too. I mean, he really, really played well.
He played well.
So I'm hoping he shows up and he doesn't have an off game. But rarely do Chubb and Hunt have off games. And I don't think there's anybody hurt on the offensive line. So those guys should show up, and hopefully we get some production out of the tight ends and Cooper. So I think the offense will be fine. It's just a question of, are these guys on defense embarrassed enough that they're going to put a hurt on Pittsburgh tonight?
They better be, because I started them in fantasy, so they better. I'm taking a chance.
Well, I had Baker on week 1 against the Browns, and I think I had Moore, his top receiver, and he put up a couple of points, but not much. And then I benched him last week against the Giants, and he did have a nice pass in the I think the end of the second quarter or the beginning of the third quarter, and they went up 13-6. And I thought, oh, well, maybe they're going to get their first win, but they went to sleep after that. And kid kicked I think he kicked a 54-yard or 55-yard field goal to win that, or put him ahead, 19-16. And then the protection for Baker is kind of weak in Carolina, so he's got his work cut out for him this year as well. He can only play as good as your receivers and your offensive line. So
yeah, this there's a lot of chatter in the chat right now about the Amazon coverage. Looks like it's going to be fun tonight. I don't know if they're breaking out the 8K cameras, but
I'm ready for it.
I mean, here's the deal. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of players in play right now, especially for last week. Mike, you were watching on DirecTV and it went out, right?
Yeah, it was horrible.
How long was it out for?
It went out the last, 30 seconds of the second, and it didn't come back in until 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
No way. You lost the whole third quarter?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, my wife was doing the same thing. She was watching the DirecTV stream, the legit stream, and then she couldn't get it back to come on. So she went over to one of the internet streams because she had to. And she actually got the game, but there was no sound. So she's just watching it silently.
I would have taken that.
I would take that either. I honestly that's fine by me. I don't need to hear these guys, but man, that was bad. That's horrible.
Yeah, I will be ecstatic once once DirecTV is out of the picture.
Yeah, it's past its time.
Yeah, and that was the streaming that, like, my brother actually has DirecTV with the dish, and he didn't have a problem. So it was the streaming portion.
Just the streams.
That was
Interesting. Yeah, it's awful. But tonight's going to be on Amazon Prime, which I hope everybody has. If not, there are ways you can Google and try to find your way onto the old game. But I mean, I wonder how much. I mean, Amazon's clearly making a play. You saw Jeff Bezos sitting with Roger Goodell at one of the first games of the season, so he's making a push for it. Yeah. Trying to think who else is in the mix. Is Apple really in the mix for it?
Yeah. It's either going to be from what I've heard, it's Apple's to lose at this point. Yep.
So everybody would have to then buy Apple TV instead of buying Dish or use the Apple TV app.
I don't know. Yeah, I would think the app, but we'll see. I would be okay with it because me, I'm an Apple guy. But for you, you would hate that.
I would hate it. Well, I mean, I have the Apple TV. So they have the Apple TV app on Fire Sticks.
Yeah.
And I mean, I look, I don't got a problem buying an Apple TV device or whatever, right, or just hooking up a computer to my projector. I don't got a problem with that. I just don't want, I don't want to deal with DirecTV anymore.
Yeah, I hear you.
I think that's the big problem. So yeah, Wolfstand Color says, I usually just listen on the radio for Jim Donovan and Mike and Mike. I think you meant Nathan Segura calling the plays. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing to do. If you happen to be local, then you can listen to that versus the other thing. But then you have to kind of sync it with like what's going on with what you see on the TV, and
that's always tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like how do you do? I wish there was a way to do that though.
Maybe that's what we need. Maybe it's our job to figure that out, and we'll make millions.
Oh man,
a device on how to sync up the radio broadcast for any major sport and TV.
Yeah. Well, how long? That makes a good point though. How long is TV going to be relevant? Because if Apple is making a push for it, Apple's big thing is mobile devices, and I think that's what the NFL is probably sitting there going, "Wait a second, who cares about TVs? Like, you could put the NFL games in everybody's pocket."
Yep.
Which who wants to watch it on your phone?
But if you think about it, on a phone, if you think about it, you actually hit the nail on the head because NFL Plus is now a thing. And that is, the whole premise of that is, the NFL at your fingertips on the go. And it's offered by who? The NFL.
So that's the other thing, is if the NFL can prove that they can make it work without using a third party, why not just sell it directly and keep all the money?
I wouldn't put that past them down the road.
Yeah.
I think NFL Plus might be the start of that. I don't think that they're ready now. But to your point, I think that it's probably something that they are definitely, they would be stupid not to be looking at that.
Well, that's the other play with Amazon, though, because they can go into, and then Microsoft's probably in the mix too, because the two different web servers that you've got out there is you got the Azure-based servers with Microsoft, and you got the Amazon Web Services, or AWS. Those are the two. AWS sponsors a lot of stuff, commercials and everything. So even if Bezos doesn't get it in Amazon Prime, he might be selling the server end of it versus the Microsoft end, because they got all the surfaces on the field. That's the other thing. What has Apple ever done with the NFL? Like, do they have any relationship with the NFL, or is it just come down to the almighty dollar? I don't know. Because I don't think they have a relationship with the NFL. I've never watched a game on Apple TV or anything like that.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. They're the new kid on the block.
In the chat, guys, I want to know, what are the score predictions here? What are we thinking the score is going to be? I'm just curious. I never get these things right. So I think the Browns can score 30, and I think we can hold them to under 20. I think this could be like a 32-17 type game. But I'm curious for everybody else.
I agree. I think that's a possibility if the defense shows up. If they don't show up, it'll be a shootout, or it could be a low-scoring game like Tampa and the Saints last week. I think it was like 3-3 at halftime. Neither team can do anything. But the weather should be okay. That shouldn't be a problem. Jacoby's got all the confidence in the world. He's got great teammates. So you're right, Mike. They should put up 30 points, no problem. And then it's just a question of, can the defense contribute? Get off the field, get a fumble, get an interception, help the offense, put them in good field position, and take advantage of it. And hopefully the kid doesn't miss any more extra points.
Yeah, I think that you are really going to find out what this defense is all about tonight. I believe.
I agree.
I think that they are soft and sorry, like we've seen in the past 2 weeks, and that's their MO, and it's going to be a long season for us. Or they're going to come out tonight and they're going to hit people in the mouth, and the secondary is going to be flying all over the place, and you're going to see 1 or 2 turnovers, maybe a pick six, something along those lines. If we do see that and they win handedly, I think, I still stand by what I said in terms of, losing to the Jets. It means something. But I think as far as, looking past that and our season and, upward and onward, I think that if the defense comes out the way that I think they will, and they take care of Pittsburgh handedly, I think that, it'll be easier to forget last week, and we will be, the train will be back on the track and cruising again. And again, not to beat a dead horse, but if, there's the chance that, they are, what did Dennis Green say? They are who we thought they are, or were, or whatever it was. And so I think tonight is a big night in more than one way, and I really think that what they look like on the defensive side of the ball is going to tell us a lot about what this season is going to look like.
Yeah, I agree. I think looking at the first 2 games, we played 2 mediocre teams. Let's be honest, guys. We didn't play the Chiefs, the Rams, the Chargers, the Bills. We didn't play Packers, the Ravens. We didn't play a dominant team, and we barely beat one and fell apart and lost the other. To even think about this at this point in the season, becoming looking like a championship team, it does not look like one.
No.
But you know, you look at the Bengals and what they did. You know, you get hot at the right time, it can happen.
Well, we got to stay healthy too. You know, a couple of, you know, the injury to I think one of the running backs the other night, where his own man came over the top, or maybe it was a defensive guy, came over the top and hit him helmet to helmet, and his neck went back like it was going to fall off, and you know, had to cart him off. I thought he was paralyzed. I mean, I never saw a neck go that far back on a guy, and then he walked out of the hospital the next day. You know, it's incredible. And then the other one was Vance going down, and Jimmy Garoppolo coming in off the bench, and all the 49ers are saying, thank God we didn't trade him and we didn't get rid of him. And he comes off and he plays halfway decent and he wins the game. So, I mean, injuries are going to play a part in it. We already lost a couple of guys. We can't afford to lose any more on defense, that's for sure. We got a little bit of cushion on offense, but still, the defense, if they lose one or two players, if Ward goes down again with a whatever, it's going to be painful. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to see Ward show up.
Right.
not even the whole secondary needs to show up.
And
you know, what do we have? We had one turnover the first game, one turnover the second game. Like we're +1 on the season. Yeah. We need turnovers. I just put in the chat a poll of who we win tonight. I'm curious what everybody thinks. If there's anybody out there thinking that this could be a Steelers win, I'm curious about that. So get your vote in the chat now. I think the Browns honestly should win this game. It's at home. You know, we have something to prove.
This is the Steelers. They can upset you. They play tough. They come to play like we witnessed last year. We really thought Baker was going to win that game. Maybe if Landry makes that catch in the fourth quarter and they go down and they score, maybe they win that game. But Pittsburgh and Big Ben, they never gave up, and you know, they took it to us at the end, and we're counting that one as a win, just like we think we can win this one too. And if you get a little bit too confident, those guys are not going to give up. They're going to fight because it's the Steelers Browns. So they're not going to hand anything to us. They're not going to give us anything. So we're going to have to earn it, and I hope we do. I hope we win it.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see, you know, because if we win this game, whomever wins this game will be automatically tied no matter what happens for first in the AFC North. And with the Bengals playing the way they're playing, my gosh, I mean, they look like the old Bengals, you know.
Yeah, their offensive line has been hit pretty hard with some injuries, and Burrow has been sacked quite a few times in these first two games. So he's taking it on the chin. I don't know who they're playing this week, but I think they're predicted to win. But if they can't predict Burrow, it's going to be a long season for them as well.
Hey, Cade York hit a 63-yarder in the dog pound, so good sign.
That's good, yeah. I watched him, you know, in the pregame, this last one. I want to get in there early to actually experience the leg. Mm-hmm. And he missed he was a little bit short from 70, but he was hitting from 65, I think he was hitting from. So
right.
Very close to it. So I mean, the kid's got a boot.
Yeah.
That's a problem. So the Bengals play the Jets, said Tim. So who knows? I mean, but I'll tell you what, I mean, the Jets didn't look bad. All things considered, the Jets, I mean, they played us tough. There wasn't, I thought when we went up by 2 scores, I was like, okay, we finally have, you know, put them away. That was fun. You know, you guys made it a game for a second, and they finally just actually took over. You know, your fake punts and your stuff like that. But listen, like in the NFL, it doesn't matter. At the end of the game, it comes down to who has the most points. And, you know, I know people were giving Nick Chubb a hard time and Kareem Hunt a hard time about staying in bounds and stuff like that. And I understand where everybody's saying. right? But at the end of the game, if you play a perfect game from a clock management perspective and you don't give them those opportunities, we win. And so when we came back from a timeout, remember that, Dad? And I sat there and we're watching. They come up and they snap the ball, and there were 26 seconds left on the play clock.
Yeah, on the drive
that Chubb scored. I go, there's 26 seconds left. What are they doing? Right. And that is on Stefanski. That's to sit there and go, hold on, guys. Like, coming out, call your play, get them ready, get them set up, and then say, hey, listen, but keep it down. Keep the dang thing down, under, bring the play clock down. Run it all the way down to 2 seconds and then snap it. Let's win. Let's get out of this game. And you know what? For Kevin Stefanski in his third year, how many years has Kevin Stefanski coached in the NFL? I mean, I think he's been like 14 with the Vikings.
Yeah, many as an offensive coordinator.
And I say this every year. For any kids out there, anybody who plays Madden, right? You get up by 13 points on a kid in Madden, that game's over. Because it doesn't there's no vanity with it. It's not about, hey, let me score another touchdown. They will kneel on the 1 yard line. They'll slide because they know what that win condition is. And it's frustrating, but that's what the case is. And I'm not blaming Nick Chubb for not going, for not sliding or whatever.
That's on Kevin.
Yeah.
But Kevin should have said, and he even said, he goes, yeah, I should have told them to not score. Because then they came back and I think it was Anthony Lima who tweeted out that the game against the Texans, when Baker told Chubb don't score, and he ran out of bounds, right? So he was like, "Listen, I mean, I'm just calling it as it is here." We had a quarterback who would actually communicate win conditions to the players and remind them what was going on, and that's the frustrating thing about that. It's like, we were inches away from a victory there, and we didn't have to lose that game. And yet we did,
And it was a home game. Like those are precious. Like, it's one thing to let something slip away on the road. It's another thing to have a miraculous comeback by the opponent in your own house. Like we literally. I mean, again, it comes back to what I said earlier. I mean, what a little story you could paint, right? Or you could tell when you say, hey, look, week 1. They had to win it, on the leg of the kid. They should have won that game handedly, but they didn't. But we get it. It was Baker. Emotions were high. And we expected that. But hey, and then they came home. They took care of business against the Jets, and then went out 4 days later on Thursday Night Football and took care of the Steelers. Then all of a sudden, all those little, and not that it matters. But all of a sudden, when you see those tweets from, I don't know, ESPN and Fox Sports and whatever, and they show the poll and you're sitting there trying to figure out how the 0-2, Bengals are still, 5th on the AFC chart, and the Steelers are 10th or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. You're staring at us right behind the Chiefs, right? It would probably be Buffalo, Kansas City, and us at that point. And dare I say, at 3-0, we might have been 2. Right? But it's funny how you blow something that should have been a gimme in your own house. And here we are.
Yeah, and I think that this is going, like we said, this is going to be the test. Like, what's the character of this team? Because 4 days ago, we lost one of the most crushing games in modern NFL history, let alone Browns history. And can this team turn around? Can this team turn around and do it or not? I mean, I think we're going to see really early too.
Oh yeah, I think the first quarter, if you don't see the fire in that defense, it's going to be a long night, because it'll build the confidence of the Steelers, and they're just not going to give up, and they're going to continue to pound it. Harris, if he has a big game, is going to run all over us. So those guys better show up early. Otherwise, we could be looking at a terrible loss.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the game. It looks like it came out Browns 86% thinking we're going to win. Obviously, this is a biased poll, and but I think most people are confident we're going to win this game. So yeah, I'm going to leave the stream up so you guys can keep chatting during the game. I will be chatting with you as well. I'll also be on Twitter. So I'm going to leave it up and rocking and rolling because typically we do pick up some subs and all that stuff while the game's going on. But yes, we got the chain out. You know, it was great having Mike Bonzo1273 on Twitter, getting him back there. And let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Let's go win this. Let's go win this one.
Go Browns.
Go Browns.